Hello everyone! Can you hear me? I suppose that's a yes. Well, we are back. Today I'm going to stream Pocketmine 1.6 development and updating the 4.0.12. Later, Inter is going to join us over TeamSpeak and maybe someone else. I was trying to set up that, but he had to leave for a few minutes, so we'll do that later. Today, a lot of new things got added into 0.12, so we are going to include everything on the protocol, then let's try to add everything on the gameplay side. There are some interesting parts. For example, we can have custom recipes on the server and they are ported to the client on furnaces, crafting table, stone cutter, anvil and enchantment table. We have like a separate key on the loading packet, and we have GUIDs, so we can implement half of our authentication system on top of what exists right now. Well, it's an interesting part. We are not going to work on that today. We have to upgrade everything. Let's see. Reduce music. I will. Better now? I had a few issues with my mic again. So I have a microphone here, but it doesn't work. So I had to set up an external one. It's horrible, but at least it works better than before. There. Alright. Who is this? It's me! Alright, so before 0.12 got released, I updated a bit Pocketmine to have partial things like NBT on items, because items can have NBT data, names and enchantments, but it was not tested, so we'll have to test that as well. I'm going to test using the 0.12 Will 2 from Android, if it has been downloaded. But I will commit everything to GitHub, so you will be able to test that later. Alright. Let's start. Oh, what's my name? I'm Soki. If you don't know me, I'm the Pocketmine founder and I'm Pocket developer. I got hired by Mojang this January and I have been working there for a while. This branch is already a bit different from what you know. It's MCP 0.12. It's a secret branch, but I'm going to push what I have right now into GitHub so you can see what I changed. It's not everything, it's not going to work with the current 0.12 because it's from 2 months ago maybe. I will do that over the console that you can't see. Plain Linux. There it is. So if you don't know, we are on GitHub and I'm going to link the branch. It's there. As the last time, there's a lot of people that have joined right now to see us, so it will be impossible to reply everything that you ask over the chat, but at the end of the stream we will run a question and answers part, so you will be able to ask what you have in mind there. What song is this? It's a mix between Approaching Nirvana, Big Giant Circles and other stuff. It's linked on the description. Alright, so we can close everything that we were working last time. This is a branch of the rebase on top of master. And we have all the network stuff. So first, a lot of things got added. First, the protocol version is 30. In Pocket, oh yeah, I reorder half of this. There is a player list packets, game type, change dimension, and other stuff that is not here right now. Let me add it. Usually I have a script to do this, but I'm going to do it by hand. Because I don't remember what the script is. There. And we need to add everything. So I'm not going to work in the new packets. Let me comment them. I have to work on the login packet first so we can see if it actually works. So this was the login packet before. We sent the username, protocol, versions, and then the client ID. Oh, I updated this as well. No, it's int64. It was an int32 before, so we have a bigger range of values that the user can choose. Well, it's random. That's what Pocket Edition uses right now to identify users. But starting on 012, we have two extra values. We have the UUID. Oh, no. Right. The UUID is like the PC UUID. It's a 128-bit number of or blob of data. You don't know. You know what is inside it. It's used to identify things. But that allows us to identify devices because it's a combination of the device ID and random ID. And it's a precursor for authentication because when we have an online authentication, that will be used to identify users globally. What is this witchcraft? It's programming. This is way easier than Pocket Edition. Pocket Edition, you don't have code as nice as this. So that's what we need to make, and then we have the client secret. That is an UUID as well, but it's different for each server the client joins. So for example, if you join a different server later, that value won't be the same. So you can use that to partially authenticate users. Yeah, and it's related to the IP and port. So even if the port changes, the ID will be different from any other server on the planet. Yeah, some people are asking. This is PocketMine. PocketMine 1.6. I have not updated the version right now, but it's going to be 1.6. I'm updating it so it will work with Share 12 and explain all the new features. I'm going to try to see why Interact can join us. Let's see. Give me 1 second. Alright, let's see if it works. Yeah, I'm trying to get Interact to join us on TeamSpeak, so you can speak with me and we can discuss things. If you want to translate pocketmine, for example, to Portuguese, you should go to translate.pocketmine.net. Oh, a lot of things changed, so I have to create a few helpers. Yeah, here. So we'll create get UUID and put UUID because we use that a lot of times. This should be get solved this side.
Hello.
Hello. Let me fix a few things. Try to talk now. Try to talk now. Hello, can you hear me, Intere?
I can. Can you hear me?
Yes, I can. Alright. No. Can the chat hear you? Alright, they can hear you. So let's continue. Interact, can you get some other people, for example, Trudan or, you know, those guys to join us?
I can do that.
Post the address over private message because you don't want that to be public. Alright, so let's continue. We need to do the helpers. Alright, I was just checking the put slot. So we have some helpers on the data packet class. that allow us to send longs, integers, or other data like items, slots, in a fast way. So, integrate. I think we don't have a UUID class. We can create one. I think on utilities we have something to work with them. Yes. Alright, let's see. One second, there is something wrong with my keyboard. Oh, maybe. So my keyboard doesn't let me type the $sign again. Alright, seems like everything is right over here. Oh, and we found some issues on the build we'll release for 0.12, the last one. So yeah, there will be another build soon. About the enchanting table, it doesn't work on multiplayer right now because everything is client-side. I thought that it had been implemented on the multiplayer, but no, I checked a week ago, it had not been implemented there. Yeah, so we will have that as soon as I can get it working, but there is a lot of stuff that you have to consider. It's not magically done. So right now I have an interesting issue here, because if you have two 64-bit numbers you can save a UUID, but that doesn't work on 32-bit systems, so I need to think a different way to do it. Save your gamers, I'm updating for 0.12. You're not going to get something that works everywhere, but it's something that you can use to test. I'm not going to promote that to a development build. You can test it, but I don't recommend using it right now. I'm going to save them as binary. Well, I will just copy and paste this $sign. Should title the broadcast. Oh, right. Forgot about that, sorry. There. You can also save a UID on 4 32-bit integers. That's what I'm doing. None of the numbers work now. That's interesting.
You broke it.
Yeah, I broke it actually. Interesting. So let's see. How can I get it working again? I don't want to copy and paste all the numbers. I can type letters. Oh well. This is interesting. On other applications I can use those. It's only the ID. Let me restart the ID and we'll try again. Let's see. Can I? No. Interesting. As I said before, we will have a round of questions and answers later in the stream, because otherwise I'm going to just do that all the time, but I want to update it. Let's see if updating everything fixes it. to restart it again. Yes, I'm using Linux. This is only happening on this application, everything else is okay. I had that issue happen to me as well with the IRC chat, where just tapping space introduces other letters, but not this. Aha! I found the issue. Triggers an exception. So, it is going to be PHP Storm debugging. Let's disable. I'm going to be streaming for a few hours. In fact, 4 or 5 hours. It's going to be a long stream. So can I do stuff now? Yes, I can. Alright. It was applying. Let's continue. I'm not using PHP 7 right now, so I have to do that, otherwise it will be there faster. I think I will do a stream other day about PHP 7, updating everything, because right now it's not that stable and I have to get other extensions working. But as soon as it works partially, I will just stream the upgrade of everything. Yeah, please keep the chat pocketmine related. I forgot. There. When will you release 1.6? A new date?
When it is out.
Pocketmine. Oh yeah, when it's out, yeah, of course. Alright, that should help. That's good. Hey Terry, can you check on the questions on the stream to see if there is something interesting?
Not much.
There is a lot of people asking about SR12 specifically, but I'm not going to answer all of that. This is a Pocket Mine stream. Please keep it to Pocket Mine. PHP harder than C++? I wouldn't say so. Well, it depends on the type of C++ you're trying to learn. Try to do everything properly on C++11. Yes, PHP Storm is free for PocketMine, for the PocketMine team, because we are a big open source project. You can go to the PHP Storm page and just request it if you have a big project. But if it was not free, I will pay for it because it's awesome. I like it a lot. PHP 7 is not out, it's still on development, and they are releasing some betas so some users can test it. It has a lot of issues and even code execution vulnerabilities, so you don't want to run that on a production server. It's only for development and testing. The reason for the difference between pocketmine and MCP is that on pocketmine we develop everything from scratch. We don't share the code, we don't use the MCP code in any way, except the protocol, where we just communicate with the same syntax, we could say, but everything else is implemented in a different way. So implementing things as biomes as the same way as it is done on Pocket Edition is a bit complicated, because you can't even get it working because things work in a different way. For example, on pocketmine, data is sent in a completely different way. On MCP, all the data is sent. On pocketmine, only the parts that there are to the client are sent, so it uses way less data. It uses a bit more CPU, but you don't want users to be able to cheat. On Pocket Ace itself with a vanilla client, it's very easy to do that. Biomes are not complicated, but they take time. Everything takes time. So if I work on something on updating PocketMine, I can work on other part, and if I work on other part, I can't update. So today I decided to work on updating things instead of working on releasing 1.5, because I think a lot of people will test this. No, you can't post your server IP here, and if you do, you will be banned. Why does PocketMine blocks IPs for 300 seconds? That's as a protection if the user sends invalid data or some other people try to attack your server. PocketMine itself will block the IP, so no more data can be sent. I don't know, free resources, so it's blocked on the interface, not on PocketMine. PocketMine in the sense block this IP, so the packet will be dropped as soon as it gets. From random to binary. And right now I'm getting the version from the UID, so we don't have to complete this all the time if we don't send it. That means that we can send it over the network without reading specifically the version. I'm doing a bit of bit magic here, a bit of Bitcoin. Can client ID be used in Server 12? Yes, the client ID can be used in Server 12. You can change it, of course, but the UUID should be used in Server 12 because it has other values and it won't collide. It also has the device ID, so even if you change the client ID, the UUID will change, of course, but you can't change the UUID directly to other thing. And even then, you'll have the secret ID that is secret per server. How did you make pocketmine compatible with MCP? Reverse engineering, a lot of work and help from other people. You can see that on the repository. There is history from the first commit that it was on October 12, 2012, I think. So I'm getting the 16 bytes from a 32 byte value, getting just the top 4 bits, the top 4 bits, and then shifting them 12 so they will appear as if they were here as a number, so we can get the version. Please don't do this on normal code, but this is working on the internal part of some binary data, so it's needed. I think this is ready. It's 16. Remember that all the features won't be added today. I will be doing different streams and working with the streaming on all the new features. Today I'm just updating the protocol so at least we can connect and see each other. Later I will work on Nether, enchanting, all the new stuff that got added, and adding an API so our plugins can just work on top of that, because that's an important part about pocketmine plugins. Oh, I almost forgot. There is something else new on the login packet as well that a lot of people will like. We have the server address that was used to connect to the server, so you can switch on the same server or know what the user is using to connect to the server. For example, server1.myserver.com. That will show up on the packet, so plugins can use redirect players wherever they want. This works, for example, for lobbies or just servers that work to redirect it to another server. And that is Soup it. Anything else? No. So let's see what we get. I think I can start it here. Oh. Let's see. Wait. Like that. I need a script. Oh. Oh. Let's do a different thing. About commands on Pocket Edition itself, the problem is not adding commands, it's adding an interface for them. If someone gets lost and you have to do TP, that's not a solution, that's a hack. That's not a proper way to do it. For example, maps could work very great in that situation, or just a way to see where other people are, so you can go back to them. It's what I think, because typing on a touch screen is really bad. For example, you are playing, oh, I need to type a command and you have to switch back and forth. Commands are nice as a debug feature, but they don't work. Also, on Pocket Edition, the internal commands that there are don't work at all, everywhere. They are broken in so many ways. So, let's try to add it again. So before I had a script, now I don't. I guess this works. Oops. Aha. All right. There we go. To work. Oh yeah, it does. Alright, so if I connect using my Android device, we shall see everything working. So I'm going to open this more, so you can see it. If it starts, I will bring this device to the office so I can test on this, because it's a very old device. Still, commands in single player. No, you should not have commands, you should have an interface if you want to get extra stuff. So you can add everything, like not enough items, something like that, or for mods because you have a lot of things. Or well, too many items or not modded. If you have something like that, you can just tap and you get that, instead of typing something that you don't even know the ID or the name. That's very hard, and you have to go to a different page to see everything. On a phone you can't do that very easily. So if you have an interface, that will work. That will use commands in the background, but not as the main interface. Seems like it doesn't start. Alright, then I will continue. Let's suppose that it works. All this stuff that is deprecated will be removed when we update to PHP 7. Because it's not going to be used anymore, we are going to bump the version. For all the people that you say, don't remove that, I use it. Well, login data is used on random client ID as well. So you can just get that. Get unique ID. You want that. Or get client ID for the old version. I mark it as deprecated. It will still be used on 0.12, but maybe it will be moved on 0.13. So you don't want to use that. No, commands are not what is missing. Oh, what will be the pocketmine 1.6 code name? I don't know yet. I have to look around and choose something that I like. Let's deprecate this. So now updating everything, so instead of using the strings for UIDs, we use the objects and having everything. Before, some plugins will get a temporary UID from a player that had not logged in yet. Please don't do that. You have to wait until the login data gets there, so it fills all the values. Please don't ask about if I'm going to add XPRs or whatever got added on Server 12. I'm going to add everything slowly in a good way, and you will see it if it gets added. I mean, would you add XPRs? You are just asking, are you going to add experience? It's not something really small. It's the entire thing that gets added. For example, I wouldn't add XP orbs if I don't add experience, but if I add experience, I might implement that and then add XP orbs the next day. So first we can test that the experience works and then add everything else that works with it. if you want to ask questions, please do that at the end of the stream, or maybe I will just do a question and answers part at half of the stream, then at the end of the stream, because this is going to be a long stream. So save them there so I can just program and explain what I have to do now, and then later I can center on checking the chat and just answering everything. Otherwise, I'm back and forth and I can't concentrate. Whoa, what's a lot?
One, two, three.
Oh, hello!
Hello! Can you hear me or?
Yes, I can you?
Yeah, sure.
Alright, so chat, this is Kurun. He's a developer of Mainnet, another server software for Pocket Edition.
We're on Twitch.
Yes, we're on Twitch.
Pocketmine. No.
There, I think I will be able to hear you better now.
Yeah, like this.
So, I was just updating the protocol, then I found that I had to include a GUID helper class, and I had to update that and around the code. So I'm doing that right now. Should be it. So Guru, when are you going to start to update for 0.12?
Sorry, say again.
When are you going to start updating for 0.12?
Oh, I think yes. Yeah, this weekend, I guess.
Nice.
Just need the packets.
Yes, that's what I'm doing now.
Yeah.
I already did login packets because that's some interesting part. Let's see.
Are you doing this on a branch or?
Yes, I'm doing that on the MCP SR12 branch. I already pushed some things, but that's not what the final protocol is. That's something from 2 months ago.
Okay, I saw the Bitbucket stuff.
Yeah.
Old.
Also, in the future, we might use TCP.
I heard so. Partially or completely?
Partially. Everything will work on UDP as normal, but if the server supports it, the client will be able to switch to TCP.
Okay.
So on the query packet there will be an extra parameter that says TCP, so the client can just connect over there. Whoa, that's a lot of noise.
Is it for me or?
I don't know.
No, that wasn't me, right?
It was not. Oh yeah, it's you.
Is it?
Yeah.
Okay, hold on. I'll close.
So right now I'm checking the list that I have here to update. Let's open everything. Because I also updated other stuff, so I don't know what I need to update anymore. Let's just go over here.
So better like this, maybe?
Yeah.
I'm sitting in the kitchen.
Oh yeah, that might explain it.
So GitHub. Did you say GitHub or Bitbucket?
GitHub. I already pushed it to GitHub, but it's not there yet.
Okay.
There is only something from 2 months ago.
012 branch.
Yeah, MCP dash 012. 012.
Cool.
Yeah, but the batch packet update is already in there. Also the full chunk data packet. So on 012, if we send chunks in a different ordering, for example Anvil, we won't need to change that on the server. The client will do it for us, and it's way faster. So we can just send everything and the client will convert it.
Did you already update the info, the package IDs?
On the packet IDs, yes, I updated it again because we added more packets.
Yeah, is that checked in or because I could?
No,
just take
I'm
that?
working on that right now.
Okay. But I would just get started.
And for example, for players, we don't have skins anymore on the player packet. We have a global list, so we can send that once for the entire server, and then and update the player list so we can have the true player list, not only nervy players. And then when the player packet gets sent, it will fetch the skin from there. So for example on this packet, we don't have the skin anymore.
Oh, really?
Yeah. So that way we can also maintain a global list on the server even if the players are on different dimensions. Like PC does.
Oh yeah, I almost forgot that you have the nether now and all that.
Yeah. Also UUIDs. And on the network, client IDs that were from Ragnet are not sent anymore.
Okay. The client with or the client
And
ID?
the RACnet one,
Yeah.
that is not sent to clients anymore. And the server only, like the MCP server only knows that to send packets to each other, but it doesn't know that for sending packets or the data. It sends now a GUID to identify the player itself. That's how skins works as well with GUIDs.
Yeah.
This prepares everything for online authentication, but it's not there yet.
Is it going to be like realms or?
What do you mean realms?
Well, maybe like Mojang services. So I
Oh
can,
yeah, like how it works on PC.
yeah.
We are also
So
doing the TCP stuff, so we can encrypt the entire stream without using all the RACnet stuff, because that is going to add a lot of overhead. And just have like a packet that is 1,500 bytes. Of those, 1,000 will be RACnet and encryption data.
Yeah. So does it mean that when the client connects in the future, it will already be authenticated with Mojang, like on the PC?
Yes, it will, if the user has logged in. Otherwise, the server can just kick the player until this is an online mode only server, like it happens on PC now.
Okay, that's cool. So we don't have to, yeah, we can skip all the logins and all that stuff.
Yeah.
Because that's even worse on a Pocket Edition than on PC, and on PC you don't have to.
Yeah.
I guess that means for Mojang you don't have pirated clients anymore either.
Actually, that is to see, because
Yeah.
how you create accounts, it can be assigned to a specific device, because, for example, a family can create 4 accounts for all the people that are there. And we don't sell copies of Minecraft Pocket Edition, we sell the application itself, so it's different. But we haven't decided on that yet, so we don't know what we are going to do.
Okay, so yeah, I don't know the PC because I just started using that. So you can actually have several Mojang accounts for one client.
The Mojang, you log in, use the Mojang account, and then you can create a different instance and just log in with a different player.
Yeah. Okay. But at least they would have some sort of that's your problem. That's your problem, more or less.
Yeah.
But as long as everybody, all the servers would be using Hang services, at least you get it sort of, you make it more difficult.
Sorry, I could not understand.
You make it more difficult to pirate the stuff, at least.
Maybe yes, maybe no. We don't know yet.
Yeah, we'll see.
And also, you will have to update a lot of things, because items can have NPT now.
They have what?
NPT, name tags.
Oh, yeah. All the entities.
Yeah. So
all the items.
all the items. So you can name whatever item you want.
Yeah. So for when I do crafting.
Yes, you have to check that as well. Crafting is going to be different on Zero 12. You will be able to send the full list of crafting recipes that are available on the server, and then each one of those has a GUID, and the client will tell you, hey, I'm crafting this with those materials, and this is the output, so you can even correlate the type or what slot is it using. That means that you can add server-side recipes and they show on the client that don't exist there anymore. That also includes NPT data. So,
okay, so if I don't send it, if I just go with, will it still work with crafting and all that? if I don't send special recipes?
Oh
Or do
yeah,
I-
it will work. The client has the internal list of recipes.
Yeah,
It's
okay.
like the creative inventory.
Yeah. Can I override the recipes?
Yes, but
So
you,
if I have
if
if I
you
have
want
the
to
IDs
override
for
the-
the standard ones.
if you want to override the recipes, you have to clean everything and send a new list.
Okay.
So you can't just override a single recipe. Well, yes, if you know the GUID, but you don't know the GUIDs the client assigned, because they are a hash of some internal data in memory.
Okay, so it's generated.
Yes,
when
you
you
can
start the
just
client.
generate it from a counter and it will work. Also, the batch packet now has an integer bit for each packet that tells you the length of that packet. So you can split the batch packet on a lot of packets without having to parse the packets.
Did you actually change RockNet and how that works?
RagNet?
Yeah.
I did not change that, but other people did.
Okay. Yeah. It's
So
not-
the
we can't blame you then.
Wait.
Can they hear this in the chat?
Yes, I'm checking the chat. There is a lot of people.
Can we blame Shogi for everything? I think the chat
No,
would say yes.
only network. Yeah. Alright, let's see if I can get William here. So, yes, and also the item sending has been changed. So if you have a container full of air, you just send the air ID, and the air can't have any extra data. So you just keep sending everything else. Otherwise, you send specific fields for everything else. So you don't have to send that many data as before.
But back to the crafting stuff.
Yeah.
So if I want to do a custom recipe, would that mean that I have to basically resend all the standard ones too?
Yes, you have to do that.
Okay, so there's no halfway. So we have to code the recipes for all standard stuff too.
Yes.
Okay, yeah.
Also the saveless and save recipe.
I can feel an XML file coming up.
No, it's not XML.
No, but for me and generate the
Oh, right.
the recipes and all the
Well, you can just join a MCP server, grab the packet, and just write everything to disk.
and crop every packet. Maybe I can do that as a.
You can just grab the data from a server.
It's like do a competition.
This a craft gamer asked me over here, what is the hardest part of coding PocketMine? I will say the plugin API and get everything work without crashing, because plugins can do very silly things and then complain about you, but no, it's their fault. Also, we have more sounds. So for what I was telling you about the chunk data packet, right now, well, on serial 11 we are sending the chunk position, then the data. Now we are sending the chunk position, a byte that tells you the order, and then the data. And then the client, when receiving it, it will swap everything around. There are two values, by columns and layered. By columns is the number 0, and layer is number 1. Layer follows the anvil order, so you can just send everything.
Exhale.
Also, a few packets got renamed to a different, because they do different things now. For example, wait, where is it? Player equipment packet and player armor equipment packet are now called mob equipment packet and mob armor equipment packet. Oh, I see that more people joined the TeamSpeak server. What is this music? Let's do this. Oh, yes, you can put armor on zombies, of course, and skeletons and spiders. I think that won't work. Who knows?
Doggy, what about sounds? You know, the level events.
We have more sounds. We can't specify the string now.
Yeah, okay.
It's mostly a hack, but I think the jump and the pitch now will work because we changed the sound engine. So
yeah,
maybe you can get different sounds by modifying the existing ones, like how they do it on PC.
Is that with like pitching and things like that?
Yeah.
Okay, is that supposed to work in 011?
Um, it gets sent, but the problem is that the sound engine we use is really bad. So for example, on Android we don't even support that, and on iOS we only support that partially. But we changed to Fmod on CR12, so that could work now, I suppose.
Okay.
Oh, we don't need this anymore. Also, chunk sending got changed, so if you connect to a word or change to a level that has tile entities, and the old chunk also had tile entities, the old ones will be removed. And players won't get stuck anymore on other chunks.
Hello, William is here. Okay.
Hello, William.
I actually don't have a headset mic, so I hope the sound's working all right. Had to send that in this week to get repaired.
Oh, well, I'm having issues with mix as well. Last time I was using the internal one, now I have full microphone, so we'll have to get a better one.
I see, okay. Oh, so let me see. I've been loosely following the stream, so chunk sending and tile entities have changed then to 0.12 and with pocketmine 1.6 then?
A lot of these things have changed, so you don't need to do a hack to remove the old tile entities. It's done automatically now.
Okay, that's good.
Also, we had a memory leak there.
Oh, okay. I'll have to update Steadfast again then, lovely. We're actually working on transitioning over to pocketmine 1.5. All of the new wall servers that we've been doing, those are all 1.5, so hopefully Sunday production will finally get to 1.5 as well, but still seeing stability issues over 20 players, so that's all fun.
What did you say? Could you speak more slowly because I have music in the background as well?
Oh, sure, okay. So I did transition all of our new servers that we're putting up now with the walls and all of that. That's all using pocketmine 1.5, so that will transition nicely. We'll have to update Steadfast then for production, hoping to get its production LVSG is using 1.5 again, but we will see.
Yeah.
Is there any hope with PHP 7 and new P threads? And I know I was looking at a thread on the Pocketminer forums that PHP 7 is basically the new everything's going to be fixed in this update and everything's going to be fast and lovely. And
Everything is going to be fixed.
I was reading a thread and it was talking about it, saying that it's going to be coming out in the next week, and I said, where are you getting your information? We aren't even seeing it in our
Well,
until
next
October.
week the new beta is going to come out, the beta 3 for PHP 7.
Okay.
You can just go to the wiki that they have, and all the dates are there. But yeah, Pthreads has been updated a lot, but I haven't been able to get it fully working for Pocketmine yet because there are a lot of issues. It's also a beta.
Yes, I saw on the GitHub branch that last I checked the code was still failing, and there was still, I think it was, there was just some nasty stats for the on the GitHub repo, but it is being actively worked on, so that's good.
Let's see. Oh, I was looking at something. Who posted link? Oh, whoa. Wait. Oh. Kurun, did you post a link?
Yeah, I did.
Don't post a link to this.
What do you mean to TeamSpeak or?
Yeah, TeamSpeak.
Why not?
It's private, otherwise a lot of people are going to join.
Sure.
Yes, we don't want people from the Twitch chat joining the TeamSpeak server. That would not be good.
Alright. Inter was freaking out on the internal channel. So, more things that got changed. Crafting recipes, you can send custom crafting recipes now. We were talking about that before with Kurun. So about PHP 7, yes, it's going to have a lot of improvements. And pthreads doesn't have memory leaks now. Yay!
Yay. That's great.
Yeah. And what else? Oh yeah, there are some extensions like Level DB, Yum, and I think Weak Ref that are not updated for PHP 7, but I will try to work around them so we are able to test, not to release with PHP 7, but only for testing. I already have a script to compile PHP 7 with pthreads and everything else, but I will release it once it works. I will try next week, and if everything works okay, do something that we can on a stream so you can see everything. I changed so many packets that I don't remember anymore what happened. The problem is that I did not change everything, I only changed a few of them, but I can't remember because I did that like 1-2 months ago. And also I updated them partially before, so it's a bit interesting. Also, I just found out. I will just keep sending something. What did I remind? We have more packets.
I'm glad that Pocketmine is getting updated so early with the client this time around, because I remember last time there was not or in the 0.7 to 0.8 transition, I believe there wasn't a server for a few weeks. So we took a normal Minecraft Pocket Edition client and then we emulated it using Mac OS X, and then port forwarded that, and then just told everyone to join it, and then someone made a mod that would take off the player limit, so that we could. And it was the most hilarious thing because it would crash about once every 40 seconds, and you would have 70 players on this Minecraft Pocket Edition native client, and it was amazing. It was keeping up. But,
yeah, but on 11 to 12, that doesn't work that well anymore.
I see. Yeah, the native client was never actually that good to begin with. I think it had to deal with bows, and I think if anyone fired a bow, it would crash the server, and that was what was
But why?
causing issues.
Why
there.
did it
I
crash?
don't know. I have no idea.
So we have a telemetry packet now.
That sounds
Okay.
interesting.
Define the telemetry packet, yes.
So the telemetry packet, telemetry event packet, sorry, is used so the client can get achievements on Xbox Live. Basically.
Okay. Yep. Now.
It's also to increase the statistics, but it's point of this is mostly to just update everything. The client can also get other statistics using other events on the network. So for example, if other player gets an item, for example a diamond, that was dropped by the current player, and then the other player or zombie gets it on a server, the client knows that it has to trigger an achievement. It's a system a bit complicated. I did not make it, I did not like it, but it's there.
Yes, and
But you said it was used on the Xbox, right?
Yeah, it's the same achievements as the Xbox. It's for the Windows 10 version.
Do you think the Xbox will have the Windows 10 version eventually?
Maybe. I don't know the plans for that.
Yeah. It doesn't sound completely far off, right?
yeah, I would note they would backport that, because right now the Xbox, as far as just local or just a single player, as well as for just playing with friends, it has more features implemented than Pocket Mine at the moment. So I doubt they would want to go back on that. But then again, Pocket Edition is accelerating so quickly. Who knows? Maybe Pocket Edition will be ahead of Xbox. We'll see.
The problem with the Xbox version is that is code from Java ported directly to C++, with everything that implies, like they don't pass objects on the stack, they just use new everywhere.
I see, and that's all handled by 4J Studios, isn't it?
Yes.
Okay.
So on Pocket Edition, if we port something, we try to rethink the feature to see if we want to change something, and then don't copy the code, just implement that from scratch using like a specification, so we can get the best performance on all the phones. That's why you can have like a render distance of 200 chunks at 60 FPS on Pocket Edition.
Yes, it's amazing how efficient the client is. I mean, especially someone was actually claiming that they are making an Optifine mod for Minecraft Pocket Edition. I was thinking that that's not necessary, and nor could it
They are
improve things
doing
at
an
all.
Optifine mod for Pocket Edition?
Yes, people were trying to claim that would help.
I think you are going to run out of memory before you run out of FPS.
Exactly. it's quite efficient.
Isn't that the first reaction when PC guys come on to PE? It's like, Jesus, how fast it is.
Yeah, it's the difference between Java and old abstraction and C++. We do things more directly.
Yeah. You can definitely see it on chunk loading and things like that. You can see it when it loads chunk.
Oh yeah, the chunk generation
I
is
mean-
really fast because on Java it uses several layers of abstraction there. So it could be faster on Java, but it's like ridiculously fast on C, because I think the compiler just optimizes everything away. That's one of the places where the compiler actually works very well.
You mean the compiler removes all the bad code?
What?
The compiler optimizes away all the bad code.
Oh, yeah, mostly.
Yes, maybe the compiler can even optimize away some of the achievements and the implementation and make it a bit cleaner.
Oh, I just found out a place where you don't do it. Well,
Joey, do you know if there's a reason why in the future it would be limited to 128 in height?
so higher, like 256?
Yeah.
We have to look
I mean, is
into
there a
that.
technical reason or rendering reason or
Memory.
is it just it's a memory reason?
Yes, memory reason for old phones. So first we will need to like get the chunks on chunks, like the mini chunks working, like it does on PC now. We have a 16 by 16 by 16 chunk instead of a 116 by 16 by 128 height. So we will be able to just save only a part of the word or have it in memory, and everything else is just empty.
Even the latest iPhone still only has a gigabyte of RAM, so yeah, that's a very limiting factor. And for Android, some phones have a lot of RAM now, but Android's memory management is pretty poor. It got a lot better with Lollipop, but still you're going to be looking at maybe 768 megabytes or so of memory maximum for an app, and you just can't do that much with that.
And we are still supporting Android 2.6.
I appreciate that. I have a couple of devices that are still using Android 2.3, so that's lovely. Still runs fine on my watch, so I appreciate that. Actually, so if 0.12 has controller support, I might be able to actually play it on my watch if I hook up an Xbox controller too. As long as it hides the D-pad, I could actually work with this.
So, I'm going to implement new packets now. First, let's reorder everything. So, one of the most interesting ones is the player list packet, because that way you can see all the skins without sending them multiple times on the server, and you can just resend the skin and it will set it again on the player without respawning the entity. So it works great both ways.
Do you think we'll see an option in the future for, or a flag I should say, on entities, that the name tag would not show up in the player list on the when you hit the sort of on the pause screen? I'm not sure.
It's already there.
Oh, so you can, if you set no.
So you can just
no
create any amount of players and just don't send the entry for player list. Oh, but there might be an issue. Let me see. I will tell you now.
Let me ask like this, Shogi. Is there a connection between the actual players and the player list now?
Yes, if you send a player, it needs to have a entry on the player list, otherwise it won't get the skin. But you can make the player itself invisible with the no AI, so it won't show up on the list. That has been there since 11, but the name itself won't show up.
Yeah. And I was thinking the other way around too.
You can also do this. You can send the skin and then just remove it, so the player will keep the skin, but the entry won't show up on the list.
That's a valid way to do it. Doesn't seem like the most efficient way, but it's a valid way.
It's a bit of protocol hackery.
There's a lot of that goes on.
Yeah. Thinking of a similar packet as the player list packet, so I don't have to re-implement everything. I think entity move will work. Oh, where is it? There. Name tags, please. Yes, we will have name tags, and you can also name items. Wait, name tags? I think we do have them. I think so.
That'll be nice, that we don't have to use the set tooltip hackery to try and get it when they tap on the item.
Yeah.
That would be nice.
Wait, I think if we have name tags, we did not implement a way to limit other players naming other players, so you can actually name a player. That might be interesting. Also, did you hear about the dedicated server that was announced over Twitter?
Which feature?
The dedicated server, the internal one that we are using, that we might release that in the long feature.
Yes, I did. Now that I don't know if we want to go down the same sort of path that Bucket did, with all the risks that takes on them, with making a separate API for that and all of that.
It will be more difficult because it's not Java code, it's pure assembly code, and it will be different for each platform because we will have to compile it for Windows 86, Windows 86, 64, and Linux distributions, of course, Mac. So if you want to make something compatible everywhere, that is going to be hard because it's self-assembly.
That's actually nice for performance though, because I would imagine that if it's well written assembly, it would be extremely fast.
Well, you think so, but it's not.
Okay.
I have been working with a dedicated server since I joined Mojang. Usually I have a pocketmine server running on a dedicated server at the same time. Dedicated server is actually awful.
Okay. And that's all designed to be run on Amazon Web Services, then, correct? For runs?
Yes. So
Okay.
the limit of 5 players on Pocket is correct. I upped that to 10 for the dedicated server to test, and I tested to get more than that, and at 12 players or so you start sending like half a gigabyte over the network. Is what?
I see. I actually tried to run pocketmine off of AWS for a little bit, and I found that what happened was the networking did not handle UDP very well, and so I was seeing packet loss of about 90%. In fact, every chat message that anyone would send would get sent about 10 times or so, just because the packet loss was that bad.
Oh yeah. And Ragnar doesn't help with that a lot. It helps recovering everything, but a lot of times it just has to stop everything and start sending slowly.
I see.
Doggy, did you implement this kind of sliding windows for Ragnar that slows stuff down with the calculation for retransmission times and all these things?
For Ragnar?
Yeah,
So the
you know, the reliable UDP stuff.
Yeah, so I made a few shortcuts, but it works mostly where like 90% packet loss. You can actually connect and play if you get the first packets, like the handshaking. After that, everything works. But if you don't get those packets, you have to try again to get in.
But does it speed up and slow down?
It doesn't speed up and slow down. It relies on the kernel to do that. So if it detects packet loss, it will batch that packet and not batch, like save that packet in memory until it gets a response from the client, if it's in the sliding window, and then resend it a few seconds later if it did not receive anything, and then the next time it will just increase the time, so it will send it even more slower. It's something that works if the kernel itself is okay, but if the kernel has issues with UDP, well, that's your problem. I also have a big cache, so packets can be queued. For example, if you send the map data, it doesn't drop them. So testing on a normal server over the internet, I just tested and it was like no packet loss at all, except if I was connected over Wi-Fi on the phone. Then it dropped like 5 in the worst case, but it was just a chunk delayed, but everything else worked.
Yeah, I kind of realized when you do the difference between running locally and when you start emulating things, or when you emulate it and run for real users, is really the packet loss, because it feels like 20-30% of the CPU is spent on resending stuff.
It's sending stuff is rarely expensive.
Apparently in iOS as well, you can join over mobile data and not just over Wi-Fi. So
over 4G, not 3G.
Ah, okay. So if you have 3G, then it will not let you join.
Over 4G, it works great. I have joined LBSG a lot of times.
Okay. Yeah, I had a friend who was just doing that the other day over his data, and I was sort of jealous because that's a feature that Android does not have, or at least the Android a little bit, even if you're on 4G, does not work. So, yep.
We might enable later in the future the ability to join over data if you want, but it's an interesting part to do, because what if a kid just goes and randomly flips switch and then complains about the data being used, or like the parents itself, why did you spend $1,000 on data?
Well, MCPE itself is very efficient for packets, especially with now batch packets and the new chunk sending. I think it shouldn't use that much data. But the other thing is, I don't see disclaimers on websites saying that by visiting this website you are using your mobile data, and therefore you're not holding us liable.
Yeah, but the kid might not know that it's using internet.
That's true.
And servers can use that and start sending data that only the client receives and doesn't handle, but it's data itself. Sure. So we are thinking to add it as an option on the options.txt, so if advanced users want to enable it, they just flip that on the options and have it, but it won't be by default on the UI, but we don't know about that yet.
Okay, that makes some sense.
also, on the new implementation of the player list, you can have the real name of the player show up on the player list and just have any other name on top of the player's head. Because the name from the player list is different from the name of the player itself.
I see.
Would you consider an update version of this packet?
An update?
Yeah, so I can update the name like a scoreboard.
Oh yes, you can.
Yeah, but then you have to resend the skin, right?
Yes.
That's costly.
We don't have a scoreboards right now.
No, I'm just talking about abusing the
Yes,
stuff.
I mean, it works, so you can just resend it, but Pocket Edition doesn't do that. So I did not implement that. It was already a bit of hacking around in the code to do like swapping the skin in runtime without the spawn identity. So at least you have that. You can just update the skin of players.
When I update the skin of a player, would I use... You had a different package for that, or?
No, just player list.
Okay. But what happens if I remove the skin? Will it automatically update the...
If you remove the entry from the player list, it won't get removed from the player itself.
Okay. But if I send a new ad then?
Yes, it will replace the current entry.
Yeah. And what if I send nothing? Do you think it will crash?
Nothing?
Invalid
You
skin?
mean an invalid skin?
Yeah. A skin of length 0. Have you tried it?
I can tell you, yes, I know. I can tell you. Let me see.
Because then I'm thinking, abusing
Knowing Minecraft
would
would probably crash, but
Yeah, I mean, it
very
might
stable
just
now.
crash. So it gets the player.
Because then, William, you would send the skin on the first login and then keep updating without skin.
I want to know what happens. Of course, that goes somewhere else. It might actually work. That's
Oh, I
interesting. Just try it.
Animated player list coming along here. Did you see the question, Shogi? Will all Pocketmine bugs be fixed?
Not all except one, because we have to keep a few bugs around.
Yeah, you have to have something to do, right?
I don't know. A lot of bugs will be fixed, and a lot of hacks have been removed from the code, but new bugs can exist. And I don't know what you mean about bugs. Because sometimes, oh, fix this bug. I don't have entities. That's not a bug. That's something that is not implemented. is happening to my keyboard? Oh, also, at first, clients were going to have the ability to change the skin in runtime and send it again to the server, but that caused a lot of issues because we did not have the player list package, so that was not implemented. No, we do, but I don't want players to be able to do that. Oh, how long is the stream going to be? I think I'm going to be here for 3-4 more hours, it depends. But I will take a break in the middle, maybe half an hour from now, so I will be able to have some snacks. But yeah, 3-4 more hours, I think. That's updated.
Some would say you're only doing half a day then. Some would say you're only doing half a day work.
I'm not doing a lot of stuff today. That works. Oh, I found an issue. So if we want humans to work on pocketmine 1.6, we need to move out the UUID code from players to humans.
What's the first package sending the UID?
What? The first packet that sends a UUID?
Yeah.
Login packet.
Okay, so nothing before that?
Nothing before that, that's the first packet that it gets sent. It also sends the protocol version so you know if you have to kick the player. And you don't need to read anything else after that part. Also, the batch packet changed IDs, and now it's going to stay at that part. The problem was that we added the batch packet at the end of the list of packets, so other people that added packets just added it in the middle of the list, and everything broke, so I moved it at the top.
Shit happens.
Yeah.
Were you on vacation or something and it just fell apart?
So I just went away a weekend, and when I came back, the client was sending 60 packets per tick. That's like 1,200 packets per second to the server.
For one single client?
Yes. So that's why every time I get to work, I open GitHub and check the list of commits that got added before and that night. So I have found a lot of interesting things and bugs, not related to the protocol at the time, but just hacks that people do.
But it's a bigger team now, right? So,
yes, it's a bigger team.
So, and how do they treat you with all the networking? They've been playing nice?
Yeah, I look for everything. So if something breaks, usually I find it and say, this is going to break. And yes, it does. That's why the Windows 10 version did not have a 32-bit release at first, because playing on different platforms was completely broken. Because someone implemented a field on a packet and sent a long. And oh, surprise! On 32-bit systems, the long is a 32-bit number. On 64-bit system, it's a 64-bit number. What happens if a 32-bit player or a 64-bit player joins a 64-bit player or a 32-bit player? One of them will crash, the other will read corrupted data. So usually both of them crash.
So that's why Windows 10 removed the 32-bit version then?
Yes, and they have to update in some way the protocol and release a 32-bit version later.
So that was the real story? I never heard that. Yeah.
And well, now I have I updated the protocol on the phone version, so that won't happen. Because there was also a difference between different compilers that had different behavior depending, for example, what is the type of an enum where you don't specify the type. On C++.
Yeah, is that different from compiler? I thought
Yes.
it would be 32-bit in.
Yes, usually it's that. Except that on some compiler, I don't know if it was Visual Studio Clang or GCC, it gets set to uint32 as default.
Yeah. That can be signed and unsigned too.
Yeah. It was an interesting part. So we were serializing enums over the network directly without casting them to a type. So yeah, more of that stuff.
But you're working with pocketmine when you're sitting and coding in Pocket Edition, right?
What?
Are you sitting with pocketmine at the same time at work?
I don't work on pocketmine at work. I'm working on Pocket Edition.
Yeah,
But
I was thinking if you're testing.
I use pocketmine for testing, but I don't update pocketmine while at work. That's the difference. I can use pocketmine as to test something, but I can't contribute the code or like add major features there. So usually when I come back home, I just update what I need to do. But this last month was very busy and we added a lot of stuff, so I haven't updated it in a long time.
Yeah, it was very different when you did 011, right?
Yeah, I had it mostly updated. But then more people started working on the network part, and everything changed multiple times, and I was working really hard to get everything working. So if you keep up from the first day, it's very easy to update it. Otherwise you have to sit and just be like 2 days updating stuff.
Yeah, but this way works too, right? Do it in a batch when you have time.
Yeah, it's just time. It's like, when are you going to implement this? Time.
I'm just thinking for quality of Pocket Edition, the client, it's not a bad idea to have pocketmine running in development.
I'm using it a lot because you can test a lot of stuff on the network using it.
Yeah.
Or for example, I wonder what happens if I spawn this specific data there. Well, with pocketmine you can send it with the PC, with a client, with MCP. You can't, because sometimes the code validates for the data, or just don't allow you to send it, or you want to send invalid data that will crash the client and you can't crash the server if you want to send it.
But you were hired to do the server, right? So
Yeah.
you're supposed to be the one breaking out the
Yes,
server from the
I'm breaking
client.
out it all the time.
Yeah.
I'm testing all the stuff.
How good were you on C++ when you started?
I knew a bit of C++. I was not as fast, and I did not use all the C11 features, C++ 11 features. Now I could say that I do most of the stuff pretty well. But well, I had worked with C before, so I knew about pointers, what a pointer is, what a pointer to a pointer is.
You had to do an exam on pointers and stuff, right?
I did not.
You did not?
I did not.
Oh, I aced mine. That's the only exam I actually aced.
I was hired at first for a month on January, and to see how I work, and they liked me, so my full contract started on February. So the first job I got was just to fix the multiplayer server, because it had not been working since 07.
What do you mean, the multiplayer server?
Yeah, they compile the scripts and
Oh, standalone?
yeah, the standalone server, the dedicated server.
Yeah,
It has different names.
yeah, I understand. But it's the same code, right?
Yes, it's the same code, different compile script and different paths. Because we had a lot of if devs before, I removed most of them.
Yeah. That's nice when you open something like Rocknet in Visual Studio. It's just all gray because of the
Rocknet.
defines.
So at least we are going to have a client and server that can connect without Rocknet, except the ping. So they can just ping, the server responds yes, and TCP, and the client will connect over TCP, over something that is not Rocknet.
Not Rocknet, yeah. But it's binary or...
Yeah, it will be the same protocol, just sent over TCP.
Oh, okay, so the same package or
Yeah.
messages.
Yeah, it's just like a different interface. That's the point of pocketmine having interfaces, so you can have the same packets but different interfaces.
But that's cool.
Yeah.
It's just a stream in the end.
Yeah, it's just a stream. So we can encrypt the stream and just do whatever.
Yeah. So is encryption the primary reason for going TCP?
Authentication and encryption, because on
Yeah.
Rocknet otherwise it will be very bad. And also because we can have TCP over a server that we know that it will perform good.
Yeah.
So a client won't send the TCP flag to other clients. It might not even be able to create a server on TCP, but it will be able to connect to TCP. The dedicated server will be able to send the TCP flag. Also, at the office I have the dedicated server that shows up on the list as dedicated server, and then we have pocketmine that we call it the dedicated server. You can guess where that comes from. Oh, I have to redo this. So now I need a way to generate UIDs for entities. Oh, actually we can.
So when you get PHP 7 now and threading, real, etc., will you do more multi-threading, multi-thread coding in sort of the ticks and things like that?
I mean, on pthreads, mostly everything is the same. You still have the issues of sharing resources. You have to serialize everything. You don't want to share things all the time, like taking, you have to pass all the entities, everything gets processed, and then you get the entities back. Serializing things is very expensive.
Oh, you still have to serialize it?
Yes, you do, because that's the point of PHP. You don't share anything. You have different local tables, and then you have the thread table. If you want to pass something without serializing, you need a threaded object, but threaded objects are slower because they have to log things.
Yeah. I guess it's not something specific for PHP, maybe, because both Java and C# or .NET,
but I mean,
they have their own local thread copy of stacks and heaps and all that, but they're very efficient updating.
Yeah, and it's not the worst part of the code. Still, it's the most expensive part of the code, but not because of a single update, but because there are a lot of them. So it's very easy to put something in a thread that is expensive by itself, for example, word generation. You can just send a single chunk there and process something, than a player that is just like a tenth of a millisecond. But if you have a lot of them, it increases because they update each other and have to send packets.
Yeah. And in the end, people don't. Well, they can no problem understanding it because you don't have infinite threads on the machine either.
Oh,
I have a 4-core 8 hyper-threaded.
Oh yeah, infinite
i7.
threads.
I get 20 concurrent threads on that one.
Yeah, so I remember when someone just set on pocketmine.yml the thread value to, I think it was 3000 threads.
Yeah.
Yes, because they have a really powerful CPU, yeah. So he started it, left it on a loop, and that's how we got like 5000 reports in 1 minute. It was like crashing instantly.
Yeah.
Crash, 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 crash. And this was on a big network, so it crashed everything.
But if you use it right, people like William, then because it's not the speed of the CPU
not as important anymore because it's a number of cores or
Yeah.
hyperthreads you can run.
For gaming servers, usually you don't want a lot of cores. You want speed of the CPU, and they are cheaper than more cores.
Yeah, but if you take Minet for instance, it's really the opposite because you don't want a fast CPU, you just want a lot of cores, you get a lot of threads.
Yeah.
But if you go to a cloud platform, I don't know, Azure or things like that, you can buy shared cores. So you don't use the full CPU, but you can use the core. You don't buy the whole core.
Yeah.
So there's and that's more. It's not a gaming scenario because, but it's a high IU throughput kind of model.
For PocketMine in particular, it's definitely the clock speed of the individual cores and not the number of cores that's the defining factor for how many players you can get on a server, since it does not multithread very well.
It's for PocketMine and also Minecraft in general.
Yes, very true.
The structure itself of Minecraft doesn't allow to thread everything. So you can thread parts that are not dependent on others. But what happens if you thread, like updating entities on one thread and on two threads? What if an update on one entity also affects the other? There are things like side effects. You can also thread like per level, so you can thread the main level on a different one. That's what PC is doing, but then you have a problem with plugins. So if we did not have plugin support, yes, you can just run a different server or a different world per thread and just initialize everything. I just have a network that works over thread great, that it does now. But we have plugins and I don't trust the plugin developers to do everything properly. Also, that will mean that you can't have the same data on the same plugin everywhere. So, for example, you won't be able to set something on a plugin on the main thread to another thread. So it will be like with two worlds, like 3 different plugins at the same time.
So what if you want to have, because this is a typical problem for me, if you want to have the current list of spawn players on the world, can you do that in a thread then?
What do you mean?
In a plugin, you want to do something with all the spawn players currently.
Yes, you can have that. In pthread, you just implement that as a threaded object that has array access. But the part is that the list is not a problem, it's the data itself. You will have to have players as a threaded object so you can share them. Otherwise, you have to copy everything. And then all the data that players have also need to be threaded. So that means switching everything to threaded, and that's not really efficient.
So for you doing, if you do PocketMine and support plugins for that kind of operation, how would you recommend they do that?
Oh, so they can
access the player list in a plugin.
So if they have a custom worker, they just need to synchronize the data, like with buckets or events. So they receive an event and send, oh, this changed. Or if they just want to run tasks, get all the data at the start of the task, process, and then return the data on, it's called on completion. That's the way you can thread something on PocketMine right now. Still, it removes a lot of the overhead and strange stuff that pthreads adds. So if you do it that way with tasks, it's very easy for plugins to move data around threads. If they want to implement something, they want to be really careful because they can just leak a lot of memory or by error just copy the entire PocketMine object over the thread back and forth all the time, and that lags a lot.
Yeah, I can imagine.
Yeah, for example, if you send a simple object, what was it? Let me search for it. Oh yeah, they sent a chunk over over a thread, and the chunk copied the level, and the level copied the server, and the server copied all the players, and the players copied everything, then moved that to another thread, and that caused a lot of lag.
So that means that you treat one of these worker threads or scheduled threads or something as a remote service and do your own object for that to communicate?
Yes, you can think of it as a remote service. In fact, the threads starts different instances of PHP.
Oh, it does even that. Okay.
It's not a pure instance, it's like there is a big instance and then different parsers and executors. So you can share things in memory, but they don't share anything else. So
okay,
for example, if you want to load a class, you have to load it again on that thread. pocketmine does that automatically because it has like a threaded class loader. But if you want to implement that on your own plugin, you have to grab that class and also include that on your thread, so it will work.
So if you want to play it safe, you want to execute some of these things, like player access, etc. If you don't know exactly what you need on the main thread, then. If you want to access like the player list or entities or something like that, you would rather do that on the sort of on tick events because that's running on the main thread, right?
Yeah, you will do that, or just get the important data and move it to the thread.
Yeah, but in smaller, yeah, you select your data.
So I'm going to implement the crafting data bucket now. Oh, or wait, no. I forgot to implement the other part of the list. So here comes a question. Do we want human entities to be able to have skins? Because if we want, we need to show them on the list. Or wait. I think I added something for that.
What is a human entity not being a player? What's that?
What?
A human entity not being a player. An example of that.
So the player extends human. Human only implements the form of the player. Player has the logic of someone that is connected and controlling that entity. So a player has all the network part and the human is the entity part. Like a player can execute commands, not a human, but the human is the one that loads the inventory.
Okay, so it's a concept more.
Yeah, well, you can create a human and use it on your plugin as an entity.
Okay, I didn't know that.
Yeah, and just create humans with name tags.
Yeah.
That's also the part that handles the skin.
Would that mean that you can have mobs with skins then?
You can add humans with skins.
Yeah. But as mobs, kind of.
So yeah, if you want to add a human entity with a skin, you have to send the player list packet and then remove it.
Oh, yeah, okay. Then you have a human, but not a player.
Yeah, that doesn't show up on the list.
And you can interact with them just like you can do with anything else, so health management and things like that.
Yeah, like human is the part that implements all the spawning, inventory, saving NBT, dropping the content of the inventory, and having the properties. And then player implements all the command stuff, packets, properties about auto jump, permissions.
Yeah. Okay, so the difference between sort of a mob and a human is that you use add player packages for adding them to the scene.
Humans also use add player.
Yes, but mobs is add entity.
Everything else is add entity except paintings and items.
Yeah. There's always the except.
Yeah. Also, you can also create an item entity using add entity.
Say again, you can use
The add entity packet to spawn an item entity.
Okay, so I don't have to have different spawning.
You want if you want to have a valid packet,
okay.
A valid item.
Okay, but if I want to have it as decorations, I can do it differently.
In fact, I'm using that on pocketmine.
You are?
Yes. For let me go particle. Floating text particle. I'm creating an entity packet with item entity network ID and setting the flags. The interesting part is that this packet will have an item ID of 0, so it won't render, but the entity will be there.
Is it error or is it a glitch?
It's error.
It's error, okay. Cool.
To change a lot of concepts, and I need a server list now. Oh, this is interesting. Let me see. We can actually return the get online players properly now. Because before you had to check if the player was online after calling something that is named get online players, because that returns all the players. Now we can have a player list with only the players that are online.
And this also means that if a player goes missing or dies, he will stay on the player list, right?
Yes, it will. Even if it teleports away or goes to another dimension.
Yeah.
like this. So I'm going to finish the synchronization of player list packets, and then I will take a 10-15 minute break to have some food, snacks, and then we will continue. But that will happen in 10 minutes or so, I think. Oh, also something interesting. You can change the skin of the current player using the player list packet.
Yes, that was my assumption too.
Yeah, I made that work specifically.
Okay.
Well, not specifically, but everything that made it not work, I changed it so it works if you change it directly. It won't change the skin on data, but it will change the current skin. So you can just make the player a zombie, so it sees himself as a zombie for some game type where that works.
Yeah.
But you can send any skin, right?
Yeah. So I think I'm going to take a break now and come back in 10-15 minutes, and after the break is over I'm going to do a question and answer part, about 15-20 minutes, whatever it takes for you to stop asking questions about PocketMine, and then we will continue with updating PocketMine 1.6 for 0.12. I'm going to leave this running, so anyone on TeamSpeak can just talk with each other if they want, but I will be having a bit of food. Alright, see you all in 15 minutes. Hello, I'm back. So, now comes the questions and answers part. I will be checking the Twitch chat and then replying some questions. Let's see. Is there anyone on TeamSpeak?
I am.
Oh, hello, Maros. Hello, Guru.
Hello.
Alright. We have a lot of people there. So, Twitch chat, if you hear me, you can start asking questions. Let's see. Why is the PocketMine logo another reactor? At first it was only of the few blocks that were not on PC, so we decided to use that for the logo. When do you upgrade PocketMine? I'm upgrading it right now. It's 1.6, I'm working 1.6 and Server 12.
So 1.6 is currently being developed, right?
Not 1.6 specifically, but what is going to be 1.6. First,
So,
we
like
need to update the protocol, and after that, 1.6 development by itself will start. But updating the protocol is 1.6 by itself.
Gotcha.
Whether,
So first... Oh, sorry.
Whether they added charm to the table PocketMine. Sorry, I don't understand that question. Down the music a bit, please. I will. Wait. Fuck. Let me do this. This will be better. Alright. What were you saying, Humarus?
I was asking about 1.5, so are you going to release a stable version of 1.5 before?
Yes, as soon as possible. I will be working not on stream about that because it's boring stuff, but I will try to release that maybe tomorrow or this week.
Alright, gotcha.
When will you add the folder as single player? I don't understand that question. Why PocketMine doesn't use the same generator as Minecraft Pocket Edition? Because it's implemented different from scratch and uses different code. We try to create similar results but not using the same code, so the end result is that it generates terrain that looks that is generated equally, but it's not, because otherwise we would be copying the code and we don't want that. It's something that doesn't depend on Minecraft. When will you add moderation tools to PocketMine? We already have them. Just search for ban, kick, whitelist, and also operator mode. We have that implemented as commands. What exactly is this stream about? I'm new here. Well, it's a stream about PocketMine and development. Right now we are updating for Minecraft Pocket Edition Server 12. PocketMine is a custom server implementation for Pocket Edition, and I'm updating it right now. Who's the guy in the camera? It's me! Soggy. I'm the founder of PocketMine. I have been updating it all this time. Also, other people help me. Now I'm working at Mojang as a Pocket Edition developer. Minecraft Pocket Edition development. And what else? Yeah, mostly that. Will there be mobs? Yes, there will be mobs in 1.6, not on the first development version. Please don't hurry up there and there are no mobs. there will be mobs in the final release of 1.6, not on the first development version of 1.6. That's a big difference. Mobs are in 1.5? No, 1.6. So is your voice so high? Well, there, now everything is higher. Let's see. Is this Minecraft Pocket Edition? Well, you could say yes, it's a server software for Pocket Edition. Will be the Nether added on 1.6? Yes. Not on the first development release, but on the final release. Why is Pocket Mine so buggy? That's a good question. Because we are still developing it. Because you did not configure it properly. And what do you mean buggy? It has bugs? Are non-implemented things bugs? Mobs, caves. Another from single player. That question. Oh, from single player, you mean from Pocket Edition? Well, first you need to know that Pocket Mine is not the same code as Pocket Edition. It uses a different implementation, so we have to do everything again and then try so it looks nice. Do you think you could add a scoreboard? That's not for Pocket Mine. Pocket Mine can't add extra stuff on the client if the client doesn't support it. When will you add mod support for Pocket Mine? Plugins? I mean, if you mean about client-side modes, they need to add support for communicating with the server, but the server itself already supports that. Nice music. Yeah, I like it. It's from Approaching Nirvana, Big Giant Circles, and a few more. You can check the music links on the description below. I did not understand the answer to my question about the mobs. Mobs will be implemented on 1.6, on the final release. You might not see them on the first version, like the development version that sometimes we release so you can test it, but on the final release, the stable channel, you will see them. Are you going to add enchantment table in Pocket Mine? Why not? Your voice is much different than I expected. Alright. Please don't ask about MCP directly, ask about Pocket Mine. For example, is the build 4 of MCP going to be out Monday? We don't even know. We'll release when we feel it works. We don't have a schedule set. Oops. Yeah, that's better. .6, not today. Why? Yes, that's a question. Well, I'm still developing it, and we are not going to do everything today. Developing new features and programming takes a lot of time. That's why I have a job. So yeah, you will see something today. Parts of the protocol will be updated, but you won't have all the features today because there is not enough time to do everything. In fact, it was like 2 months for us to implement everything. Did you expect me to implement everything today? So, Paul Flores 555 says, "Thank you. I was suffering from cancer. MCP is the only thing that allowed me to escape when I was in a sterile room. Thank you." Thank you for playing the game. Messages like this are the things that we like to receive at Mojang. Why don't you want to use MCP's code for PocketMine? First, legal reasons. Second, sometimes MCP's code is not as good as it can be, so we have to implement everything from scratch. And if you want PocketMine to be able to continue open source, I can't use the code. You are the best. Oh, thank you. Did you start AI development? No, I'm still updating everything so people can connect. Do you expect me to start developing AI before I can even see what happens in there? Why do people love your voice so much? I don't know.
I can answer that. They wrote it because it sounds like an angel.
What?
And you missed a comment here. It said something like, "You're awesome."
Oh, I read one, you're the best. Oh, I'm still not there. I'm still reading before that. Is there going to be a new version of PocketMine today? There is going to be commits on the repository. You can get them if you want, but it's not something that you can use that is stable. As always, I'm still updating it. Okay, who's the best, Daniel, or Tommaso, or Jens? You forgot about Thomas, but well, who's the best? The best what?
You better not answer that if you want to go to work on Monday, you know.
Nah. I can say the best Italian guy is Tommaso. Let's see. You guys are awesome. Thank you. Say hi. Hi. What education do I need in order to develop for Mojang? Actually, I don't know. I dropped out of the university to work at Mojang. But well, I learned by myself to develop, program, and do computer stuff. So, also Mojang doesn't look all the time for people. It looks only sometimes. It's very hard to get there. So maybe work on Minecraft stuff that has to do with Minecraft directly. I don't know. This is irrelevant, but I remember you being an active Redditor before you started working for Mojang. Yes, I was. I am an active Redditor. Maybe you don't see that much on MCP because it has grown a lot, but I read it every day. What font is the chat at the bottom? It's the Minecraft font with the border, I think. It's the current Humerus asks. Is the current repository being updated with PHP 7 in mind? Yes and no. I mean, I'm not introducing stuff that is not going to be compatible, but I'm not adding the new features because the version I'm working on right now doesn't support it. But after I update for it, yes, everything will use PHP 7 features. Or will those fixes come with 1.6? This is 1.6.
Alright, well, I didn't know. I thought 1.6 was going to be made with 7 in mind. I didn't know if you were just going to do it first, like if you were going to do 1.5 with the current release and then 1.6 with 7 in mind.
The final release of 1.6 will have PHP 7 if it comes at fast. But right now I don't have a PHP 7 on my computer, so I can't work with that. And I prefer to update the protocol and then other day work on PHP 7. So you will see Pocketmine 1.6 to evolve towards PHP 7.
Gotcha.
Why not release 1.6 today? Because this is not the entire 1.6, this is only a part, so you can connect using 0.12 clients. 1.6 has a lot of more stuff. Nether, mobs, mob AI that plugins can modify, enchantments, experience, and other awesome stuff that has been added. So we had to include that as well. And that takes time. Wait, so we can, when I graduate college with, say, software engineer degree, can I apply for Mojang? I did not apply for Mojang. They asked me to join them. What if the first programming language you self-taught? I think you can guess that. It was PHP. Are you 22 years old? Almost there! What time is it for you? It's 11:29 p.m. Tommaso, I own a hosting site, MCP servers. I'm not Tommaso. I'm Soggy. SoggyCP on Twitter. Does jar support Pocketmine? What is jar? Jar Jar Binks? Who's your boss? My boss is... Who's my boss? That's a good question actually. You could say Jonas, but... and then Jens, but there is not something like a boss at Mojang. Does Pocketmine cost money? No, it's free for whatever you want to use it for, and it's also open source. I find it really nice to see where you live. Well, this is a mostly empty room. I just use it for streams and using the computer. Are you 19? No! Why Windows Pocketmine can't import level DB words from NCP? That's a good question, but I'm not the one at fault. There is an extension, so we can load level DB files that includes MCP worlds, that is developed by external developer, but that developer has not included Windows support, so we can't have it on Windows. It only works on Linux and Mac. Maybe on Mac, I don't remember right now. But that's the reason. I think he updated it partially, but it still doesn't work that right. Can you show us some pictures or play on Pocketmine 1.6? I'm updating it. This is a development stream and right now I'm answering questions. Can I blame you? Yes, you can. Will be there Pocketmine for Windows Phone? What do you mean about that? So you are able to connect Pocketmine servers from Windows Phone? Yeah, of course, it's Minecraft Pocket Edition. Or an application there, that's more difficult. It's the same thing for iOS. There are some rules, so we can't execute external code that includes Pocketmine. Why does LBSGs have so many bugs if it runs off pocketmine? Well, first, it will have LBSG bugs and pocketmine bugs, and then it will have the bugs that are a combination of the two. I mean, if you find something you can report it, but sometimes on big servers, parts of the code get disabled so that breaks something else. I have Linux! Yay! More people that use Linux. That's good. Wow, you use Genshin Deep. What is that? It's expensive. Yeah, LBSE uses Steadfast. It's pocketmine modified, so they just remove things that they don't like, I think. And also create some shortcuts, because they are developing with only a single plugin on their servers. They can just remove some parts that they don't need. Otherwise, on normal pocketmine servers, you need everything if you want to support other plugins, otherwise plugins will break. Can you do a gaming stream? I can do that in the future, but I want to keep this as a development stream for pocketmine. I might do that on my personal channel, SoggyCP, but I don't know if I'm going to do that. Maybe if I play on modded servers, because I do that a lot. Have Thomas or Daniel playing servers? Yes, they have. But they don't do a lot of multiplayer stuff that much. More Daniel than Tommaso. My father did not want me to install Windows 10. Well, then install Linux. Well, you will be able to play Zero 12 on phones. If you have Android, you can join the beta testing. If you don't have Android, just wait for the release, it will have less bugs. Maps in MCP, maybe later, but please keep this for pocketmine related. Just start playing already. I'm not playing, I'm developing code. Developing pocketmine. Is it possible to get Steadfast 2.0 or no? I'm not the guy to ask that. Is William here? Yes, he is. Let's ping him. Let's see if it comes. I will ask him that later.
What was the question?
Oh, you're here. Let me check. Galoran360 asks, is it possible to get Steadfast 2.0 or no?
I think William pushed the latest Steadfast to the repo. It should be under Steadfast MC's organization on GitHub.
Alright, there you have it. So do MCP stream in the future? I'm a really bad mobile player. I might do it with a mouse and a keyboard. I'm not that kind of a guy. Someone is working about a converter level DB to Ample supposed to work on Windows. Yes, if they implement a different library or their own binds, but we are using PHP, that means that we need an extension for PHP. That's what it doesn't work on Windows. What music? Check the description below the stream. We have everything there. If you can't see that, it's approaching Nirvana and big giant circles. If pocketmine got full biome and cave support, I will jump out of my window from happiness. Please don't do that. Oh yeah, Humerus posted the Steadfast 2 link there on the stream. Well, if there are not that many questions, I will just continue programming and then do a small question and answer part at the end of the stream. Blame Soggy. Ah, yeah. If you are the Pocketmine owner, why don't you have a server? You could say that I have a few thousand servers. I don't have them, but they run my code. But I don't want to maintain a server because it takes time. It's not that if you want to maintain a server that more people can join, you want to moderate it so people feel good there, and that takes a lot of time. An MCP data center based on Raspberry Pi 2. Whoa! That might be interesting. But you want like CPUs with a lot of GHz instead of a lot of small CPUs to run Pocketmine or any Minecraft server. Speak Spanish. Hola! But I won't speak more Spanish because most of the people here speak English. William asked how much they donated. No, let's not go there. Do you think Pocketmine for iOS without Jailbreak is possible? No, I already answered that. It's because of Apple, mostly. Wait, is the Pocketmine application developed by Pocketmine or someone else? It's published by Pocketmine, developed by Mr. RM. There are two of them. One is a fake, so just go to the one that is published by Pocketmine. Pocketmine servers are amazing. Thank you. But you should thank also the server owners because they are the ones that create an experience in them. Last question, will you fix all the issues before releasing Pocketmine 1.5? Issues! Yes or no? I will fix the ones that affect 1.5 directly. I already have some of them tagged. I might do a stream about closing issues. Why not? So you can see me fixing small bugs. That's also interesting because you see a lot of code. I'm an advanced programmer and I wanted to write my own crappy game. Any suggestions what I should learn? I know Java, C++, C#, and I can use Unity. Well, you're almost there. I don't know a lot about developing games from scratch. I mostly center on the backend or networking part, internals, because I like that part. But, well, you can start with C++ or C#. And maybe a bit of game design, so you know how to do things. Can you implement a cross-out font and underline font? It's harder on Pocket than it is on PC, because on Pocket we render all the characters at once. In PC they render as a character by character, so it's very easy to add formatting per character. I added bold and other italics because that was easy, but underline and cross-out I think I will need more help. But that's not for Pocketmine, that's for Minecraft itself. Dude, no one can understand what you say. Ah. What? Well, then let's lower it. Oh. went up. Huh. Yeah, I see there are two applications on Android. So should I install the one by Mr. Aram or by pocketmine? Install the one by pocketmine. The other one is fake, is not updated, and also costs you money. We have tried to take it down, but they were there before, and it involves a lot of work. You can report it if you want. Fiber optic connections, 300 megabytes per second. That's nothing. Here at my home I have 500 megabytes per second. Megabits per second, yeah. I could get 1 gigabyte, 1 gigabit by paying like $10 extra a month, but I don't need that much. You should stream at work. No, only for question and answers, but that involves a lot of secret things, if you say. When will mobs be fully implemented in pocketmine? 1.6. Oh, so Tommaso does all the mobs and cool features. It's more Tommaso and Daniel. I work on the backend part, so the mobs itself can work over multiplayer and fix internal bugs. Do a stream of mobs in 1.6? Yes, I will. Is it apartment or your own house? It's an apartment and my house. What? 500? Oh yeah, it's Sweden. We have almost the best internet in the world. It's just a second. And that 500 megabits per second is just like higher than 92% of the country. That in Spain will be 99.99%. If you have like 10 megabits per second, it's already more than 98% of the country. So I like this. I've already maxed it out. I have a lot of stuff. Are you guys Illuminati? No.
Speak for yourself.
Sorry, what?
Illuminati.
Yes, what about them?
They are Illuminati.
Just skip my question. The one about Illuminati? Soki spell attic. Freaking Swedes, man. Can you make a server during a stream and have the viewers join with the big stuff? I thought about that, but not today because I'm still implementing everything so people can join. But next time, yeah, of course. I will open that on a different server. I don't want to post my home IP. Fun Marius. What do you say, Marius?
Was he asking about using TeamSpeak?
Which guy?
The last question that you were answering. Because you could use ngrok and set up a... TeamSpeak is TCP, isn't it?
Yeah, I can set up it elsewhere. No, but he was asking about pocketmine server.
Oh, gotcha.
Funmario says, I will use it to you. Thanks for creating pocketmine. Thanks. Oh, well, thank you. Will pocketmine 1.6 start today or not? I already started it. In fact, I think I will bump the version. But it's not the final pocketmine, so mobs and other, you won't see that today. Are you tired, Soggy? Not a lot. I sleep a lot today. Well, I think we are going to start programming and trying to update everything that is left. And then later, before we end the stream, I will just do another round of questions and answer what is left. So, let's move everything. Oh, well, one last question. Will Pocketmine 1.6 support weather? Yes, it will. Let's see, sound. Let's lower it a bit. Alright. You're throwing that bird again, aren't you? Alright. So we're working on the list, alright.
Okay, a technical question.
Yeah?
What streaming software are you using?
I'm using Open Broadcaster, OBS.
Yeah. Why can't I hear the sound to the music?
Wait, what?
The music. I don't hear the music for TeamSpeak.
Yes, of course, because on TeamSpeak I'm using the microphone, and on OBS I have the microphone and audio as two different like channels.
So I have to turn on the music then.
But it sounds weird if you leave the stream running at the same time.
Yeah, I know. But everybody keeps saying that the music is so good.
Yeah.
Well, I have a playlist.
I think you can actually input your audio.
I think I can, yeah. Do you want that?
If it's no trouble, that would actually be nice.
Let me check. And this is when the stream crashes.
It's a bit funny because I'm coding at the same time and I really can't code without music.
Alright, I'm going to try. I'm going to try to talk as soon as I switch this. Tell me if you can hear me saying something or not.
Right.
Can you hear me?
Yeah, I can.
Do you hear the music?
No.
Alright.
Nope.
Unless you're playing crickets. Sounds like cricket.
Uh-huh.
Never mind.
Let's see, nothing there, nothing there. Oh yeah, I can do something. I could reroute everything through the microphone, but let's not do this live.
No. Never mind.
Uh-huh. I can send you the music that I'm using.
I saw it on the page. I saw it on the
Oh yeah.
page. Yeah.
Just go there, it's great. You can also use it freely on streams as long as you bought it.
Oh, really?
Yes. All the music that I have there is free and it won't get detected by YouTube because they allow for it.
Yeah, I did a quick listening, and yeah, I agree. It's really good.
Alright. Yeah, there is a lot of music.
You know, when I started coding professionally, I was working in Austria for about half a year. And I don't listen so much to the music I play. It's more like background noise when you're coding. So I was listening to Britney Spears, her first album. And it's really scary because I know every line from the lyrics of her songs from the first album inside out. So when I hear them today, I know the text, and it's so scary because I had it on like looping for 6 months in my ear.
At least this won't happen.
YouTube didn't exist then, you know.
Oh yeah. So on this playlist I have like 19 hours of music, no, more like 20 hours of music. It's mostly approaching Nirvana and then big giant circles for a bit of chip tunes. But all the music that I have here can be streamed or used on YouTube. You have to remove some of the things. It's like 3 or 4 of this entire list you can't stream, but you can just create a playlist. It was also the music that was used on Minecon.
Entire, if you're listening to this, I'm about to start moving the plugins into a separate collection.
What?
That's for stats. He's working on a Go version of it, and I just keep on working on the Python version.
Oh, nice. So, are UIDs tracked? So we can note in the individual player amount that play on servers. Yeah, you can't identify the players, but you can know the amount of real players that are playing. Like,
well, I started on that, and I kind of just like slowed down on that because I wanted to work more on fixing some of the problems. Like, for instance, like Chinese characters. I had to change how those were formatted because it was giving me some problems in the database. So that's pretty much what I was working on mainly, just trying to make it less more fault tolerant.
oh yeah, that's nice. But yeah, that stuff will be more important in SER12 because the player itself has the UID, so it will be more reliably, even if the IP changes.
That'll be perfect then. I'm sure that'll help with banning users too.
That will help. Still, they can't change it, but they could even mod so it returns other thing. We are not going to have proper banning until we have online authentication. So a lot of people are going to like this, for example networks, because now if you extend the player class, you can hook into on player per login or just authentication and just do your stuff there and interrupt the call, and then when everything is done, just call back the authentication so everything works. So it's going to be nice for big server networks like LBSG in PvP, because I know they do that more or less. They hack around parts so they return or wait, but that doesn't work that well because then the server will send data 2 times. So this is nicer and also prepares for online authentication. Oh, I have to implement banning over with the UUIDs. I will do that later. Please use English on the stream chat. I might enable the force English option that Twitch added if this happens a lot. Otherwise, a lot of people just can't understand what people say. Oh, if you continue, you will be timeout. There we go. Please use English on the stream chat. Trudan! Hey Trudan, do you want to join the stream? The TeamSpeak?
So I take it someone just joined.
Oh yeah, hello. Hello, Trudan. I can't hear you. Your microphone is too low.
I can slightly hear you, but it's still not like close enough to being loud.
Hashtag blame Windows 10.
Now it's working. I think it's something like if you mention Windows 10, it'll just automatically start working.
No, it's set microphone boost to like 0.
Oh. Oh, what's that noise? Alright, yeah, there was a lot of noise. You might want to set up TeamSpeak a bit.
Alright, there we go.
So have you followed the stream?
I've literally only just got back, and I left before you started. So I've missed everything up until now.
So we have been doing a lot of stuff. Interesting part that might interest you. Whoa, so redundant. Is that just go to the stream.
Okay.
I'm going to explain this. You will be able to see it later. I switched the part where we handle logins, so
Okay.
I can hear my echo.
Oh, my bad. I'll put it on push to talk.
Alright. So we have on player per login that gets called as soon as it checks the data for the player. That tries to authenticate the player, and right now it's used to try authenticate, just calls authenticate callback to true because we don't have online authentication, and that processes the login and other stuff, all the other stuff, setting permissions and everything else. The interesting part about this is that you can use this on your system, so you can use overload try authenticate, do whatever you need on another thread, and then later just call authenticate callback, and everything will be done later on the player. So you can stop the process in the middle, process stuff, and then go back.
Yay, less hacks.
This was mostly what I told you to do by just setting logged into files and then setting it back. But this works nicely.
Yeah, that's sort of how I did it in my plugin, except a lot of hacky way. But that makes it a lot better.
Yeah. think this should work. Oh, humans.
Someone just left.
Yeah, we lost Will.
Yeah, I disabled the voice notifications on TeamSpeak because I was testing stuff while the stream was starting. Let's see. Oh, NevDev asks, are any of these programmers of the Dead Wars team? What is Dead Wars? Let me check. Oh, whoa. No, I'm not from Dead Wars, but they are hosting me. Pocketmine is a custom server software for Minecraft Pocket Edition that has been implemented from scratch, and it's written in PHP. So it's nice that they are hosting us. Triple equal in PHP. It's not the same as double equal because PHP doesn't have strict types. You have triple equal to check for types as well. So it's like the normal equal, but also check types. So it needs to be the same type and then the same value to be equal. thank you, DevWars, for hosting us. I saw that before while I was having a break. But yeah, nice. I'm not doing something very fast right now. I'm just updating everything. Maybe are you making an authentication system directly on pocketmine? No, I'm getting ready for online authentication. That will happen in the future, but if we just set up everything, it will be easier to move in the future. I think that will work. Alright. Yes, that's a big hack. Well, next packet. We're going to do the crafting data packet. That packet is used to send all the recipes. Each recipe has a UUID and a type, and right now 4 types are sent, well 3 right now. It's save recipes, saveless recipes, and then furnace recipes, and then we have enchanting recipes that will only be used for the enchanting table. The first 3 are sent in a big packet, so and they are used by the client to know the recipes that it can use. That means that we have clients server-side recipes, so you can say like from 1 dirt craft 64 diamond swords. That will work on the client, and the server will allow it, because the client will tell the server that he has crafted this specific crafting recipe with that UUID and the items that I have used. For example, if you craft something that needs wood, but that wood can be any type, it will tell the server which type it used, so the server can remove it from the inventory. Yes, you will be able to create your own crafting recipes in 1.6. You were able before, but the client did not see them. But right now you will be able to synchronize them over the network. You should not add them after players join, only before, when the playing starts, because otherwise clients won't see it, or we have to resend everything. Maybe we could just send, well, we can see. Type.
Is the player list becoming a separate packet as well now? So that means we can change the list on the option screen thing.
Yes, it's also used to send all the skin data.
Oh, okay.
So if
now I won't have NPCs on the on the thing.
Yes, you will. I just updated pocketmine, so it will send a fake list to the list. The entity will spawn and it will remove it from the list. but the entity still keeps the skin.
Okay, let's see.
Yeah.
That's cool.
Also, there was something else. Yeah, you can also replace the skin in runtime of a player without respawning the entity, and it will use the display name to show it on the list, so you can have the rank there.
So have the rank in the playlist.
Yeah.
Be pretty cool. Are we able to order it, or does it go alphabetically?
The order is the order the players join. I think you could order it if you want, but it's the same implementation as on Pocket. It's a map.
Okay, that's cool.
And it's also using GUID, so even if 3 players join with the same name as it possible on Pocket, not on PocketMine, you will only see the one that has your exact UID as grey out as being you. Well, do you have new features out for plugins? Yeah, everything that gets added will be available for plugins. Also a lot of new stuff that is coming. Let me see. Yeah. So this is a really big packet. In fact, I'm going to create something else. if your server lags, I think it's that you haven't properly configured it, because I can handle 40 players on a small laptop. For pocketmine, it's important to have CPUs with higher CPU speed, more than number of cores. It's going to be interesting. Give me 1 minute, I have to look something.
Oh,
I'm back. I had to check something very fast.
well, that's nice.
What is nice?
Just by changing that, it went. Hold on. So by changing the way that we are storing the plugins, pretty much what happened is it went from a 20 millisecond response time to a 9-second response time, which is actually pretty nice.
To a 9 millisecond or 9 second?
9 milliseconds.
Oh, that's nice.
Yeah, 9 seconds wouldn't really be that impressive.
Yeah. Well, on Pocketmine Realms, when we had that, we had some query that it was like 15 seconds with only a single user connected, and that went to minutes as more people connected.
Yeah, Pocketmine Realms was pretty crazy actually, but for the amount of people that were using it.
Yeah, a lot of people were using it, and at first it ran on a Raspberry Pi with SQLite 3 because it was a hack, and then someone posted the address.
Yeah, I bet that wasn't very fun.
And then I switched to MySQL. Then I had to get a VPS. On the VPS, I had to implement MySQL with more stuff. First, I got the VPS to move MySQL there. Then I moved everything. And afterwards, when we got it implemented on Pocket Edition, well, that's the Pocketmine host right now. Oh no, because I had to change servers one time. Well, it's not, but it was the Pocketmine main server for a while.
It's actually pretty funny.
Yeah, it had the name as realms.pocketmine.net for a long time. Oh, someone asked if I like working on Minecraft Pocket Edition. Yes, I like it. The code is not that good, but it's improving. We're working on that. So this is a really complex packet because it has different types. If you see something like this, it's mostly my fault. You can blame me because it is how I implement it. When deserializing it, it's not that bad because usually you go towards the same path all the time. It's just that writing the code seems a bit bad. How did I find Minecraft? Because of the internet. I found it when it was back in alpha, but I couldn't get it. So finally when I got it, it was beta 1.6. So, yeah, beta 1.6. And that's when I got my first account. Then I got a second account for a bot that I had that went with me on the final 1.0. That's it. Someone asks what other developers. Oh no, are the other developers nice to you? Yes. I complain a lot when they do something bad on the protocol. Still. To start with this one. Oh. Let's move something. Now that I think, this might be hard to implement here. So on the furnace recipe, first the type gets sent, of course, then we send the ID for the item. That's an integer, a 32-bit int, and then we send the entire result. That can be anything, including NPT data. And the problem is that we are not writing stuff right now, so that might be a bit hard. I think I can do something like this. Entries, yeah, done. That will be a list of objects. think that should be it. Think so. Yeah. How many percent is Pocketmine complete? That question is hard. Pocketmine is never going to be completed because Pocket Edge always has new stuff, so we are always evolving. It's not a program that gets released and I'm done with it. No, it continually gets updated. New features get added for plugin developers and other stuff. No, I don't have a car. We don't need cars here. So, Turdan, are you there?
Yes, still here.
What do you think of this? Using different crafting recipes or just a furnace or anvil, whatever you want, you can have the players just craft custom items like from a sword and some dye or other item. For example, from a sword and a feather, you can craft a sword with knockback, so it can have enchantments without needing an enchantment table.
Really neat idea. I like it.
Sorry?
Yeah, it's a really nice idea. I think it'll work well.
Yeah, so you can have any item as a result of a crafting recipe. So you can just like, I don't know, have a sword, so you can add enchantments on top of that using just items. So they can craft directly without needing a crafting table. Something like that.
Yeah, that's...
And if they
Sounds
have the
pretty easy.
items, they will see the crafting recipes, so they don't even need to know them.
Okay, when does that get sent? Does that get sent when they join or...?
Yeah, when you join.
Okay.
So you can have the custom recipes already there and just let the user get the items. You can
Sounds good.
You can also send custom recipes later, but that might not work that well. It can work, but I'm not that sure that everything will work later.
Okay, it'd be like a hack.
I mean, it can work perfectly, but let's categorize that as a hack because the behavior might change in the future.
Okay, I see.
What version of Linux are you using? Well, what distro?
I'm using Ubuntu 15.04. Let me check the kernel version. 3.19. Yeah.
I've been trying to see whether I should install PHP Storm on my Ubuntu partition or just use it on the Windows one, so I wanted to see what you were running.
Oh yeah, it works pretty great. In fact, you can just download PHP Storm directly. No need to install Java because it comes bundled.
Oh, that's actually pretty cool.
Yeah, because it has a custom Java version with a lot of patches added. It's like what we do with PHP.
To tell you the truth, that's not a bad. It's not a bad way to do it.
It's not bad. It's just alright. I don't like what the default has. I will just zip my stuff. No, I'm not bored. I'm just thinking very hard. Yes, I'm enjoying doing this. That so forces me to do everything on a specific time, so that's nice. Because sometimes I just oh, let's start working on Pocketmine. And I go like 2 hours on Reddit or something like that. I'm from Spain. But I'm living in Sweden right now. Ah. What gave you the idea of Pocketmine? Well, I started Pocketmine as a way to reverse engineer the Minecraft Pocket Edition protocol because it wasn't known at the time. And it was just intended to document it, but it evolved into a full server that people play on. Yeah, it's something interesting. Yes, this is still live. I have been streaming for 5 hours already, and I think that this will be like at most 1 more hour. I think it will be like 30 minutes. We will hold some extra question and answers later. What is this music? This music is approaching Nirvana and big giant circles. You can find the links down in the description of the video on stream. So you can see that the server registers all the recipes, and then the client will have that same list synchronized over the network, so everything will be the same. So the player will click the recipe, then the client will tell the server what it used at what recipe, so it can verify everything, and everything will be perfect. Now I remember that I have to update all the recipes because we don't have saved recipes. So the manager, the crafting manager will have to implement all of them. Let's use to implement the the event bucket. Also. Now it won't have PC crafting, that it will be able to have server-side recipes. So we need to send it. Oh, whoa, it was not in the place sign. will finish implementing all the recipes on Sunday, and I will do a question and answers part because it's getting a bit late. I'm not tired, but I want to do other stuff, watch movies. Yes, because I have a life as well as you do. And yes, after I finish this, I will commit everything and put it on GitHub so you can check it. I'm not sure if it everything will work because my phone doesn't want to start, so I can check, but I'm sure most of it will do it. Wait, let me check something. Whoa. There's some people doing strange stuff outside. I hear a lot of noise.
Sounds like they're having a good time.
Maybe. Do you hear them?
Yeah, it sounds a bit weird, but I mean...
Yeah, sweet.
Hey, Will's back.
Oh, you're right. Yes, this is an update for 0.12. Not everything will work, but most of it will. I still have to add a lot of stuff. This only updates the protocol, not the gameplay features, so a lot of stuff like the anvil or the enchanted table won't work. You won't have a lot of attributes or XP, hunger. You won't get those, but those will be added later. And yes, if you don't ask things, I will work faster. Otherwise I have to check the chat all the time. Let's work. here we have to limit the amount of items that players can set, because otherwise they can just say, oh, I'm sending you infinite amount of items, and the server will just try to decode that. I don't do that on encoding because that's stuff that the server sends, but decoding things you have to be very careful because otherwise players can crash the server. I will have to disable crafting because otherwise this is going to take longer. And I have to update everything of this because we don't need too much things, we just need to calculate code. So let's commit. So I have posted, it's on GitHub right now. I'm going to post a link so you can check it. It's on a branch. I'm not going to build it on Jenkins. If you want, you can just download it from source because otherwise people are going to use it that don't know what they are doing. It's there. Yeah. So you can go there and you can check the commits. This is all that I did tonight. It's actually a lot, maybe not, but it was a lot of moving stuff around. Anyways, I'm going to stop this now and just run a fast on the answer and question part. And then I will stop the stream. Alright, so questions ahead. Block.dj, my rules I can't use that because otherwise Twitch can block the stream or after I upload it to YouTube because users will just want stuff that they like and most of that stuff is not available on YouTube.
But we can change the like we can modify the stream like the playlist I'm saying. So the queue we can add and subtract whatever, and it's only certain users can change it if we want to.
Oh, so we can have like a list set up?
Yeah, you can either select artists or you can put a list, like a playlist of what music, and whoever's connected to it can listen to it. Or like whoever wants to add music to it that's able to, they can add music to it and whatever.
Alright, I will check it out for the next stream. Yeah, there is not a lot, but it was a lot of moving stuff around and setting up everything. Why don't I have a cartoon photo like other Mojang dev? Well, Tomo doesn't have one, Daniel doesn't have one, Thomas doesn't have one. It's because we haven't got one yet, but we'll get one later. Sog is love, Sog is life. Yeah, if you are wondering when we are going to stream next time, I don't think I'm going to stream tomorrow. Well, for me it's today, because I have to do a lot of stuff on Monday, but I might do a midweek stream or, of course, in the weekend. I will do something there, maybe PHP 7, maybe more CR12, but I will be updating CR12 during the week, so you will be able to see commits on that branch. So, do you have any more questions before I end the stream? F5. You don't have a keyboard. How do you want to press F5? But yeah, you can already have that if you go to options.txt and set the view mode to 2. That will be third person. If you have an editor, you can do that. Or just go to Reddit. I think they posted a way to do that there. How many lines of code does pocketmine have? Good question. Let me tell you. I think there's a page that looks at that. It has 41,500 lines of code, 21,000 lines of comments, and almost 12,000 blank lines. So in total, I don't see the total. 70,000 more or less. No, I'm not going to stream tomorrow. What I'm going to do is to stream this video, this stream, to YouTube, so you can watch it later if you miss some part or you want to review it. It will be there in the next few hours. It will be uploaded and later posted on YouTube on the Pocketmine channel. I'm going to post a link to it. We post things there at the time. Will you add the pin bar for servers in Pocket Edition? Maybe later. We did not add it at first because I just did the server list part on my free time at work because it was not something on the roadmap, so I did not add that because I did not have enough time. We need multiplayer for this weekend. I mean, I'm going to play things, but I might not stream it because of time. It's already weekend. Just test the brands and see if it works. Please don't report things on the book tracker yet, because I know a lot of stuff is not going to work. To the application, to the Android application, no, it's not there right now because it's not promoted to development soft beta, but maybe next week it will be promoted, so you can just download it. Also, if you have a file editor, you can just download it manually and update it on the application. 1.6 is going to be released as when it's released. There you have it. Normally we don't know when we are going to finish something. We release something when we feel it's finished and stable. Is it possible to make an FPS plugin? What do you mean FPS plugin?
Seems more like a first-person shooter to me.
Yeah, I don't know why you won't be able to do that. I mean, you already have everything. Or an FPS plugin like to see the frames per second. Who knows?
I think there is one server that's already made a FPS minigame.
Oh yeah, I'm sure of it. I mean, Minecraft is right now more like a platform. So if nobody has more questions about Pocketmine, I think I'm going to end the stream for today and come back later another day. Thank you for attending the stream. I'm very happy about it. I'm going to post it later to YouTube so you can watch it if you want. I already posted a link on the chat. You already have it on the description if you want to go there. If you want to be notified about when I go live, subscribe. No, not subscribe, it's follow on Twitch and then subscribe on YouTube. It's so confusing. Yeah. Oh, I want to check something. 1 second. Because I asked some people and it seems like if there is a lot of viewers joining a stream, we'll get 1 second. Yes, we actually have automatically encoding because we get a lot of people. So I'm not a Twitch partner, but because we get a lot of people viewing our stream, after the first 6 minutes or so, the stream will switch, so we actually get conversion. So if you join during the first 6 minutes, you won't have that, but later you will be able to join over phones and the quality you want. So that's nice. Alright, well, thank you for being here. I'm just going to end this for tonight. So, see you all.
Are you going to bring TeamSpeak down right now?